We cannot.
Several hours.
There could be some sort of pathway to pressure the Israeli by states. So if
to consult Congress,
President Trump to destroy the world.
Strike against.
Before decades, Saudis libertarian please the near.
Testing have now been weakened and Home Secretary to put Palestine Act punishable by
To do that and
removed.
Home Secretary to put Palestine Act punishable by
to do that
And removed.
to do that
And removed.
For me, Mohammed.
لا ونحن هيهاتا بننزلها يعني اول على اخر هيدي بدنا لا ونحن هيهاتا بننزلها يعني اول على اخر هيدي بدنا نقولها لانه هي حقيقه ما فينا نقولها لانه هي حقيقه ما فينا واذا ما قال مع
لك هلا بطل في شيء فتح حزب الله جبهة
ناطرة العين 9 أكتوبر شات يعني
فرينا عنه
9 أكتوبر شات يعني
فرينا عنه الله شو
أرض بيت أهلي صحوا الحي كله مش
حب لي سوى حرب تموز
جات أمرت في القلب.
وعد كلمة تصور إنه هذا كله رح يرجع يعيش ولا إحنا نركز على الأولاد كيف بيكونوا وقت اللي عندي وسألوني
ساعد أم بصير ساعد أم بصير
الخليل هذا الشيء وفي شيء صاير بالجنوب ما تخافش لبنان بلبنان تجمع نص قلت الشيء حسن فضل ببلاد بمرجع لا تضيع اخر قعده او
سامع شيخ اتصالات
طيب
هيدا
والله يستعملها والله يستعملها
الضوء أحمر شوي
كله
كير علمونا شيء كثير وقت
شغال
طب تفوت على الكشف طب تفوت على الكشف
هرسة
تاش
حنطلع شو صار هلا؟ وتوسع كنا مفاش ساعة
قبل ما أكون أمك هو بطنك أنا عشت قبل ما أكون أمك هو بطنك أنا عشت بالطفولة بالبريد
بالماشي حطوا شحط انه تقولي صرنا بار كلها صرنا
بس لما نزل لا أبصر
صحوا داخليا بالوف حالكم لمرة رايحين ونزوح ما بيخلص
Musicians with confidence in help, letting us feel helping Linia and Cognize, but speak louder.
Hostility east in Qatar. Attack on Al-Udeid based on the U.S. bomb. Counter a claim Israel hasn't acted. Powerful armed forces. I thank our brave armed forces. Until the minister says that you were
of not country and promising, but it's not saying that Iranian farm Israelis right now step back and from if they hear from Israelis right now step back and from if they hear from Iranians to continue the answer sort of the signal that they have to
been fully agreed by and between Iran actually Iran saluted by the world I called the 12. Let's go live now to Heidi, official from Israel.
I think everyone is the sky's whole. Trump notably gone back into the Oval Office directly notably gone back into the Oval Office directly periodic images saying that this is true directly periodic images saying that this is true official the vice president reportedly the three of them had to be this
Go announced on approximately 9.
Prime Minister, but until arising them stop their attack. President, if Iran have talked from U.S.
Truth live for us from he joined message
for the past. Done wrong, you get your. But it's a problem because of Trump is going to make it very clear. But it's a problem because of Trump is going to make it very clear. He's not going to take no for any. Trump is going to make it very clear. He's not going to take no for any.
What does that mean? What?
Minister have said
of Iran's from your van Iran's nuclear program.
What I know is that they're a very grossy using chemical.
For a former U.S. powers before Trump's announcement of the country was Vedad Mahichi.
Was an intercept of Iranian missile. Tehran
The answered
closed over Qatar, but Tehran
the answered
closed over Qatar, but drawing condemnation.
Severe words, the Iranian sovereignty, legitimacy, and
the sprawl craft were evacuated in advance that the attack.
To our correspondent, really military and very
central from Iran around of didn't agree to get fired. Media have also with their when it comes to the
spoke. You were donating originally.
Media have also with their when it comes to the
spoke. You were donating originally. Moment Israeli officials asked.
Tuesday, the Israeli disagreement, Trump's and matches around say going to take place.
In and around the.
Iran was reached an attack reportedly
started by under article now is a legitimate
drone before
started by under article now is a legitimate
drone before
unidentified drone. The site hosted to threat
made in embassy has to the region
so whether the U.S.
from Pennsylvania of Iran
planned and
3 day of Congress
350
planned and
3 day of Congress
350 after House and the signed up behind the president. Written impassioned tracts as masses of the party's own incident. Written impassioned tracts as masses of the party's own intelligence. Trump had to
across the Gaza, targeting tents with a number of casualties. Now see that there would come to it. There's no confirmation. Saeed would come to it. There's no confirmation. Saeed will be.
Monsoon down up Da Nang Tuesday, and here's throws some rain for now. It says and this so throws some rain for now. It says and this so that's going to put a.
What the truth was.
And this so that's going to put a.
What the truth was as
seeking the. That's going to put a.
What the truth was as
seeking the prophet emergency on Al Jazeera.
That shook the world again. While Israel, which has accused the IAEA first identing and trumpers. I'm asking you about facts provided. How close
and go to reporting facility. There is which UN security the chemical reaction it was and as you know the ordinary the places involving lots of us exist.
So the arm given the limited
places involving lots of us exist.
So the arm given the limited
to
so the arm given the limits
to which of course did but which we can have
entirely ready to respond
to South region
even by the international consensus is to take out those until 2:30 a game change
declared facilities. So incidentally facility visit operation the stores as you can imagine I am a
words facility hands and Islam's
border governors that the types of things role that is ours, you know, and Ukraine. Our role here is to be aging here means 2 hours. Aging here means 2 hours. So
understood.
For me,
facility ruled that Iran was invited by Israel that nuclear material and activity Israel's that nuclear material and activity Israel's
the Director General Israel green light
it's been delivered
that Iran to build in your question.
I appreciate clearly ours The timing of the very close to this, very close to this.
That anybody, I explained to you, and again, we have been saying, and in that had indicated what Iran has been when
back several days.
Clear. It is also important to note
and maintains the case specters may have been
your question or your question. This is not a but I would comes to own and we have this is not a but I would comes to own and we have also to our own judgment. I'll write down process only then plan possible.
Understand your answer that
not credible. Not
with the IAEA. Can you confirm?
Imagine, absolutely not.
Iran, that I'm duty bound, still casting things on.
Is our member of the IAEA. We in upon ourselves
under possession of.
We in upon ourselves
possession of nuclear weapons. Israel, the only nuclear weapons. Israel, the only.
We agree. We would certainly agree. We would certainly. Not possibly subject solutions.
I mean, does there whatsoever? What
they so have Pakistan superfluous and even
I give
why they have nuclear. And I don't think nuclear right when I can't sign a safe. I right when I can't sign a safe. I want to become fair.
Understood of that you've been
again me by do not seem even to take. Do not seem even to take with eight.
We have two more now collapsed.
With eight.
We have two more now collapsed. Getting related. Getting related.
I hope, Minister, I believe that go back to it. I think
free speech are not on a day-to-day basis.
The economy, those bow times, terror in the drug traffic rapidly is saying that they stories the good and
Iran said authority and Israel they are now Amman. These missiles were Israelis were intercepted in Israel. There is that they are supposed to point announcing from officials who of the week to push these domestic missiles who actually convention in Amman admitted to leave are over. Announced by U.S. President Joe reported is suggesting hostages off our. He goes on to until their Iranian foreign minister signaling Israel more.
I can say with this from Iranian. He said that post and also sounds for the past the still Israeli strike military structure reports what comes next.
It's been followed.
Even as announcing the timeline Monday to the 12 stamina destroyed the entire. God bless you. Cease were reported. Iran taking the deal.
We have obliterated.
Between Israel and Iran. Hiding
the conflict and end.
Last 50 years, what this conservative said, very hard line is doing what Netanyahu said. Very hard line is doing what Netanyahu Qatar, particular at the beginning of the Trump lived. So
a U.S.
Republic of any circumstances.
As defenses shot condemnation, the Iranian country of Qatar, and international law. Al-Udeid last week. The attack was coming. Al Jazeera.
In sirens that have sounded in the first two condition targeted, and the army says that a total of six. Military says they're in those bombs. There is actually Israel on this development, of course, for Saturday. After that, and Israel, Donald Trump in the last few. And that sees come out and said actually held a meeting to not leak and happen to wrap up their depleting Iran's nuclear without by the United the Fordo Center as the for that update. Kiva, many thanks for Israel.
First of all, I'm office, and then cars in the for me, and then an hour. It's President Trump is in the. So this is the end.
Are they not about sites? Leadership in Israel.
It's very official. Actually, we couldn't do it with. Would like to bring. Will require. The table. Like to bring. Will require. The table. Penetrate like.
This latest information on our news on the
it's. Until the last damages from what they can do. until the last damages from what they can do.
In strikes deep.
One time, then another. This is what we saw. Conflict before. Israel expanded. Conflict before. Israel expanded. Sides including Iran's siege was clear. Sides including Iran's siege was clear. Israel. Well, it was more.
This is not of the UN chart.
In congressional, Nate has
UN chart.
in congressional, Nate has more.
Republicans
And has more.
Republicans
and the nuclear
and the one Democrat have spoken out. Cons war for his side of the war measures to assert that Iran. The Trump that's what members of Congress war for his side of the war measures to assert that Iran. The Trump that's what members of Congress.
Israel social to reframe.
Israel and the time on why haven't journalists learned Israel and the time on why haven't journalists learned lessons from the between one city and the international has been case out for inflicting say, but Israel launched
the U.S. military carried out in regime raider.
And a Palestinian Israel security
are open that Iran was
thematic
intel, their coverage to nuclear and military Israel.
There's state television, important way to cause that atmosphere.
You have spent money. Government is people on air. You consider those
who has been
and Netanyahu is regime change.
Slot
based news channel, Persian language channel abroad, which came on.
And says it all. Just pure. You, the regime gone. I don't hear that this war is going to serve. You, the regime gone. I don't hear that this war is going to serve.
One Highness Iranian Revolution. One Highness Iranian Revolution opposition group called Never leader. His say.
West is pro-Iran, mostly because he was seen. West is pro-Iran, mostly because he was seen as being a forefront. All that
Context. There's a minuscule minority, very well funded, about an aggressive.
In Gaza, Israel has celebrated. However,
is not just the starting this war, and so it is as starting this war, and so it is as an
tons of beat over the years, but with unity with which
the favorable report
on Palestine of the country.
The favorable report
on Palestine of the country celebration mode. And for the media, amongst the and just the targets of quote
hawkish media. Questionable claim. Foot soldiers. New York Times in 2000. Are you as stunned? Instruction.
Because I spent 20 war. That is that man that doesn't pose the pure and justify.
U.S. media 20 years. U.S. media 20 years. His voices get.
U.S. media, which Syria power and policy rendered, of course, not because they media, which Syria power and policy rendered, of course, not because they act. They're calling the not because they act. They're calling the a window into Iraq over Iraq over
Iraq. Call for 22. Not only for
how of this kind of
nuclear weapon and three. Yahoo decade. So they again goes back to a rad. Opening here. They of course opening here. They of course.
Now this is about Peter
of Trump. In the span of to his bombs. I'm surprised. American does look as if
universe, which are unnecessary.
It can damaging attacks and retaliation. People drank overwhelmingly. I suspect
spin and media complicity
more than the audience charges that they're the viewer, those who should be looking. See,
continue.
Award-winning reframe.
Explosion. Parents and
unexpectedly keeps rolling South Lebanon.
This is where and now ache for this moment. It's about sovereign
rounds of Doha also coming up. Ends now. Doha also coming up. Ends now. Tehran said Congress on people have been ceasefire hit strikes via terms. Israel and the Iran from
Syria, Jordan into in quite various
from
Syria, Jordan into in quite various in terms addition to the of not to Israel, Islam and Israel.
Trump, the U.S. He seems. What is your
Netanyahu and on to
what is your
Netanyahu and Iran to bomb a government, from the government for just as a ways. They out was filed understand win as well, and was filed understand win as well, and
for the officially confirmed Abbas Arat, the very long, who remain very Iranian cap there. It does seem from the Iranian
out to talk about this side on, and of course Patriot Corps say this is the Iranian side comes next. In a sense, there to start up this. So we have in Qatar, the United as they're at
in before
cap on the scenario. It was the strikes to and we have tries to
reporting there from the
strikes to and we have tries to
reporting there from the Iranian details.
Donald Trump congratulated the two countries on social media, announcing it has been fully agreed by and between Israel. Ceasefire was first by the world, and what should be called and never will, suggesting on fire merely told the security.
That means our expectation is that they're not going to try to rebuild that program.
Meanwhile, Trump's claim that the war between Israel and Iran was,
he says, is
of siren. This is Morris Iron. Him as well that now this is.
He says
the years beginning Netanyahu. It's the beginning of this Trump. The awful Trump needs somebody for regime change.
In Qatar, but
time over the airbase in the Middle East defense.
Leave any activity.
All but one of which holds deep ties. Attack on the contradiction state of Qatar side of the capitals visible in satellite. Some
in Tehran.
Tore through the one closer, rising across drones daylight city and the Iranian strength. Direct military Iranian strength. Direct military conflict ballistic conflict. We decided to defend on. So what is decided to defend on? So what is destroyed an Israeli drone.
Several restitution requests.
An Israeli drone.
Several restitution requests bombing.
Speakers at the speaker.
The president ordered a unilateral American.
That the earliest, but a few voices. It feels like a TV personalities that social media are leaders.
Thank you very much.
Yes, said to me.
Is to invoke two members, unless
to show that when actually led
the difficult veto capitals about military action.
Position of NATO would not agree
to the conference era.
This demonstration protest images were expected to end list
over the world and in
This is here, say then Al Jazeera. This is here, say then Al Jazeera.
The news here in Al Jazeera after the stream. News here in Al Jazeera after the stream.
With the Agos who managed to get out. I'm asking leaving for the same on this episode. I'm leaving for the same on this episode. Lives behind. Talk about all of this. Abed with you, family. Family.
This been your events. Present in the woods are becoming your events. Present in the woods are becoming escalation. Are becoming escalation. So the most difficult is your family, my and
possible to and you left.
And this is the first that I've ever had my day again. That's what healing, but your heart is even here in my day again. That's what healing, but your heart is even here in playing civilian. That's what healing, but your heart is even here in playing civilian. We're going to go back. That's what I wanted. Is also
there just for
there is absolutely. And when Safwat said we have denied multiple. We are talking about Fossey and that a grave in Gaza you have every that I'm going to see Fossey and that a grave in Gaza you have every that I'm going to see. My people are saying we're not emotional.
They Safwat of Gaza into Gaza.
There were, or if you have coordinated Israeli, the North crossing control of security because I have can this money I'm luckiest so many people and they give children's permit or any document schools
the Palestinian.
But the person in Gaza that we are seeing in your Palestinian and buying
The people, or is it
just a few days ago, this government paid food, and it was a threat, paid food, and it was a threatened type.
For what to Ireland?
But I had to move, jump into the life by the Israelis of the freedom. This difficult condition. There is no
agenda because it is, and yet the agenda because it is, and yet the world.
That but soft one, because I had to go through. And would you read? When I drove past, would you read? When I drove past, I'm not when I drove past. Okay, when I fields and those this eyes in the south.
Let me just jump hardest moment.
To that you can release hardest you are and easy moment and he's heartless to the police. Also, or chasing a relative. You're trying to wake every time. We are still in 2 months.
Did you
standing of this? Hopefully the neighborhood standing of this. Hopefully the neighborhood changing.
There says it's not
the word has been why we are going to have anything, but government here we are dealing with in a grey because being this moment the not fine
message.
It's difficult. Children will do it. We try all to for message by their
called for. Thank you for
the one food stand that you
trees. How could the 70-year-old Al Jazeera wear?
Iran into effect. Iran into effect. Iran launches the American bombing of its new legal authority. Iran launches the American bombing of its new legal authority. Palestinians number in hours ceasefire reporting line of a ceasefire.
David service injuries from the debris. This was David service injuries from the debris. This was most expensive. The debris. This was most expensive ceasefire. Israeli official. There was this, and we had instructed his commitment from his
Israel. Still, so we are here.
Direct, he can claim over the sky and say that it was unity.
According reporting that fired strong Iran.
There is a windy. There's no on the fence and the Israeli territory. Haven't received indication. Fragile. At this in this regard, we are seeing men who came out that we have to at this in this regard. We are seeing men who came out that we have to and de-escalate be a point is still hot.
Let's hear now from.
Even as air sirens sounded over Israel and over Israel and Iran, U.S. President Donald Trump congratulated the two countries that there was hours follow to day war. U.S. President in Tehran, American out that Israel
to talk to Iran. We're not going to try to
Capitol Hill.
Well, now the talent ironic way forward. Is message coming retaliate of where
whether this message statements part I think is fired.
Taking a step.
Part I think is fired.
Taking a stepping. It is signal.
Iran make sure that the relation was Iran again.
A few days on great again.
At the second day of against him and against unified today as to the reformist opposition, they're changing.
Saying best military based relation.
This time over the U.S. airbase self-defense.
Not leave in.
This time over the U.S. airbase self-defense.
Not leave in.
On all but one, which holds style attack, and all but one, which holds style attack, and a contradiction. The state of outside of the clearance. Contradiction. The state of outside of the clearance visible.
Military no group has in an attempt in the event.
President Trump to destroy the world.
Strike against Iran.
And Trump to destroy the world.
Strike against Iran.
Under the before introjades, none thought libertarian ways the neocons, the Trumpers. Congressional over is now supporting to the strikes of Iran, and that
James Bates
treaty who served as you.
That would happen. The state where
together
and he believes they were the International Court of Justice.
Definitely disheartened that that's breached at the United States.
Israeli forces are distributed.
Government team outside Parliament followed by weapons parts.
Move parades as we
on Monday. Or even sit-in was later handcuffed.
A federal judge order gives over. A federal judge order gives oversee national security concern on Al Jazeera number injured in.
Those winds are leak into Tuesday. They're only about 40. Guinea will have the central
uncertainties with enormous influence. Signed for media. Uncertainties with enormous influence. Signed for
media on Al Jazeera.
It says it's Iran's nuclear ambition. Sites have yet to come. It was already been removed. Deeply put all of those questions.
The U.S.
already been removed. Deeply put all of those questions.
The U.S. says and its
clear ambitions have been to Iran.
Defense Secretary to part.
Clear ambitions have been to Iran.
Defense Secretary to parts of Iran bunker buster bombs. Conventional bomb. Only these bombs have caused
extreme. I'm not going to get into sensitive intel laid there.
Rossi
is in a position
utilized
significant damage.
But says the mains story.
Illusions.
Story.
Illusions. Senior associate with ground, but the truth is, walk us through what the
information is going to be coming in a few hours. In Fordo, out there, nights being thought terminating the 6R, of course,
had experience. Iraq is suggest to you
the same as all of
Iraq is suggest to you
the same as all of enrichment for copper. They found a similar that it's called that was so. How it happened to propaganda and checking Ethiopia.
I think the difference
propaganda and checking Ethiopia.
I think the difference the difference of control. So version slightly equipment now, and if they are less of
things up because we are talking removed by the don't know.
I think that these two also is movie in terms of the next, and there is two members as a member of. We're very unclear as to
non-proliferate Iran, and that
very unclear as to
non-proliferate Iran, and that get part of that. But Imad,
point out it is, and the thing about the nuclear weapon in Iran is a special leader. That Iran
doesn't change.
The president and the Supreme Security Council of Iran and the Parliament and members are sending them.
And it was but I don't tax but of its nuclear its previous activities. I think but I don't tax but of its nuclear its previous activities. I think we had a nuclear weapons previous activities. I think we had a nuclear weapon neighbor Iraq from
Nation from Qatar.
A few minutes ago, a telephone call, President, the state of Qatar at the end of the day and had the situation, the state of, however, the violation be taken out behind in the region, aggression and belligerence on Gaza. This conflict, its mediation list. We are in living to our brothers in Gaza be put an end. Gaza and the Gazans used as a weapon. Thanks and appreciate, and we highly the near future. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. And I would like to ask, following the critical situation with the state of Qatar before, here with Qatar, assistance to a number of development, the Lebanon, and we hope it will to give His Royal Highness the respect to the reformativeness, the independence of the judiciary, maintaining and basis of Al-Taif about the total with points. Seeking to exercise pressure on Iran came up, constitute violation. We were pleased that just settled. This is Lebanon and entire an opportunity to thank His Royal High assistance to
given first Iran
where there was a shock, an attack on a last night, and a violation of we presume that we are able to defend our. Also, we would like to have common interest, dispute policy that it's diplomacy for others, but also have time that neighborhood relationship. Don't see that this is in a very strong alliance. Stated that this part, but also for the sake of yesterday, ensure that everyone act on the relationship with the U.S. And I hope that this part of Iran as soon as possible in the future of stability in that region and common threats in the GCC region. And we would not only with partnership for prosperity.
Second question by Al Jazeera. Heard message. What are the measures to be taken? And do you think the agreement, so long as is doing our best in order to is on the basis of Al-Taif agreement pockets or the point by the board in order to pressure on support by the grace, especially that there is military operation as except television reserves the right to, and how optimistic, especially that ceasefire trip by the state of Qatar yesterday and today, we are seeking diplomatic table. Again, principle of good neighbor attack is unacceptable with respect to how national security. Following the Emir of Qatar, the day the matter are living in parties, wishes to see a genuine of the warring parties, the Iranian attack. At the same time, it's a strip. Negotiations, officials of the station with the party of the United States, we with our efforts between both that the Israel with Iran, international community, a deal as well as television from Qatar and Turkey. This assist Israel continues with the, as I said, UN all hostilities. That's why agreement have been restored in the region. Opportunity to reinvigorate. Before I leave, I would like to leave and watching us to believe. I would like to leave and watching us to precautionary measures. These measures be of any damage or injury, and I request all to extend thanks. And
thank you for being with us here. Addressing a press conference position when it was a shock. The Lebanese between Israel and Arab states, as well as others around, who joins us now in that press conference.
has been on the continent, and that is Israel's action carry out airstrikes, whether they're Hezbollah members, Hezbollah drone flying overhead at its capital. They talk about that November season in areas where bombing campaign came to an Israel has continuously more than a dozen air targeted a vehicle. Israel has continuously more than a dozen air targeted a vehicle inside almost daily have been killed despite the ceasefire. You know, to carry out any attacks again from Qatar, from other committee. So the Lebanon any attacks again from Qatar, from other committee. So the Lebanon is not responding because the Lebanese settled. We are hoping up the Israeli attacks. The state believes as long as these law to fully disarm.
Who has been at the Qatari media conference about how it's here in Qatar. Can you just...
That's right. Iran all the best. This is who their neighbors are, and they really a surprise to airfield here in full of Qatar. He said this was as it happened. The Emir of Qatar, following that conversation between social media account, today is a grey day. Of course, either relations already of this agreement forward, but he urged also this country will respond in aggression as they, and it has the officials here stating later to be held to prevent this kind of not only in the neighbors in Iran region and very time in this country, and they showed that time in this country, and they showed that the airbase here fell in an open area. So
Dorsa Jabari for us.
Fell in an open area. So
Dorsa Jabari for us. There, it's here at Qatar University. There, it's here at Qatar University. Qatari Prime Minister. This was between the two countries, but Qatari Prime Minister. This was between the two countries, but
the Qatar made very clear. The Qatar made very clear, which is having a message was very clear that they are, which is having a message was very clear that they are at, however, immediate to set is pushing for constructive dialogue and all to set is pushing for constructive dialogue in all the region.
Than this Iranian attack on the US air.
I think it was more or less clear.
This Iranian attack on the US air.
I think it was more or less clear. It doesn't mean that they will not continue. I mean, it doesn't mean that they will not continue. I mean, those embassies a lot of things in common. And those embassies a lot of things in common. Not change in all this further change, and I think that this is to the sovereignty and the integral safety of the whole region, Gulf, neither on the Gulf, neither on the.
Says missiles were launched towards the country. Says missiles were launched towards the country to respond forcefully, and that attack came less than 2 hours after the Israeli government removed what it called a dual email thanks President Trump, and it went on to say in light of achieving proposal, Israel will respond for the home front commands instructions. Supreme National respond for the home front commands instructions. Supreme National Security Council. It said the divine Security Council. It said the divine reward for this was the victory and support of Iran is informed. Reward for this was the victory and support of Iran is informed that the ready to deliver a decisive all the latest developments by for us in the Iranian or also Israel accusing Iran of Tehran.
Iranian missile completely that said Israel accusations from ceasefire is he had a phone call what happened yes a statement also issue was a retaliation even the national 30% how the national 30% how this wasn't directed towards between the two countries
back against the United States
between the two countries
back against the United States. Having said that, though, when Iran attacked on that relationship and trying to heal
a few countries
on that relationship and trying to heal
a few countries in this region and friendlies in this region and friend relations with. There's no doubt that reaction, even the Arab relations with. There's no doubt that reaction, even the Arab, the idea of the Qatari diplomacy came to an end. The Qatari diplomacy came to an end came out of attack that happened is days and months. Attack that happened is days and months,
including this volatility. All how are they taking it?
Iraq.
This all how are they taking it?
Iraq, and this is the leave their cities go. And also a reason to value their cities go. And also a reason to value destruction after seeing how this that Iran invested in security in them are being asked what next. Situation of the economy are being asked what next. Situation of the economic heartbeat. So these are big. The ballistic missile creating a kind of deterrence. These are big. The ballistic missile creating a kind of deterrence.
Okay, thank you. She is there because from Ali there. Iranian more are we hearing from Israeli? Is there because from Ali there. Iranian more are we hearing from Israeli?
Israeli Minister of Finance very forceful through with those. Israeli Minister of Finance very forceful through with those threats. Responsibility for attention is shifting. Israeli government that is promising to very important ministers in that to indirect the families of the Israeli ministers in that to indirect the families of the Israeli issue in Israel and historic victory in tally around the region.
You know, obviously, talk us through the range of we're really happy about
reports that, for example, lobbying for going all bombardment of regime change, but then to push back and say no, relies on intercept those ballistic cargo planes came to Israel was running low on this. And then there's the damning before Israelis in 12 days, $1 million that this unprecedented damage of
Noor Ezra, who joins us from Washington, D.C. with either Israel or Iran.
Donald Trump made this, he often posts things in the middle of the night. 2 hours that we started getting these to comment at some point. Actually, the major situation is going to go in. Obviously, if he's not happy with their goal, they said their goal. Trump said it's been a complete. We know that Donald Trump, that's what he campaigned on being, or at least he's saying it's being.
The very latest there out of Washington, D.C. Slani is a senior on Al Jazeera, that it was a shock that Iran will cause a scar, healed and healed quickly.
I think, you know, this counterpart to make sure against U.S. aggression, and it will try to somehow restore in the region. And also understands the situation, and in the country also it seeks.
Okay, when it comes to the ceasefire, Israel and Iran, ready.
Looking at again, mention anything is that there is that Iran has not said any party has that Iran in case that the Israeli this makes the situation armed forces they reject. We need a bit more time. This could be a lasting
ceasefire as a victory for Iran.
But it sees a war, so that's why it was Israel that initiated. But they also and other players took ceasefire terms. The states have not been intending to destroy Iran's nuclear, and they wanted to been targeting, you know, calculation that and to bring a regime change. And the distrust toward, you know, according Iranian political
thoughts. We really appreciate it. Tel Aviv now. Basically, first couple of hours of.
Israel to the ceasefire this morning. Both Netanyahu and doubts about this, the barrage of it in Beersheba, who announced hours ago Israel will not be under fire, that it wants, if Israel is conducted, and Trump announced what negotiations.
Your insight, though, Moran Rappaport, for us covering for you on effect. Israel had accused, before being alongside, as from me, Tom McRae, for this Iran conflict.
And what is its vision
on human rights? If spat on human try to band together, they're called cartel.
Is any hope for U.S. pressure to end?
A quizzical look at you fully.
I was like, getting inspired behind and
his comments.
As you know, to NATO. As you know, Saudi Arabia is done about what's happening with women. Is going to a new. Get the question. You're very nice. Who are you? I got to get Israel to calm down now. You suggest that decide intentionally they couldn't rein people back. Get away from you. Did an unbelievable job. It was destroyed, but maybe not. And so is MSD. And those pilots sit there talking to me under rock. That in the evening, it was CNN all night long. CNN all night long. They're trying to, and you see that place. They're trying to, and you see that place at MSD and CO to apologize. At MSD and CO to apologize. Losers. You really are. You really. I say that to CNN. Losers. You really are. You really. I say that to CNN. A gutless group. CNN. A gutless group of people. MSD and see a guy named Brian Roberts. But people. MSD and see a guy named Brian Roberts. There too. There too. The biggest load hour just. The biggest load hour just drop everything you have because of one rocket. Drop everything you have because of one rocket. You know what we have? You know what we have? What they're doing. Do you understand that?
To reporters there.
They're doing. Do you understand that?
To reporters there. Andrews Air Force speaking. Andrews Air Force speaking extensively there. He did sides extensively there. He did sides that they launched or they did it intentionally. That they launched or they did it intentionally. He leaves there. He will try and get shot while ago. He leaves there. He will try and get shot while ago. During his comments to report. He heard from the president of what he said. He heard from the president of what he said.
Yeah, I mean, I swore. On he made this announcement of this on he made this announcement of this violation. Really tell it sometime. Really tell it sometime. Yesterday, Mayor of Qatar and the Qatar is one way to describe it. Angry. The Qatar is one way to describe it. Angry with Israel. Made the deal. They came with Israel. Made the deal. They came out and he said he was going to try and sort it out as soon as he got away of Operation Midnight. And he called it MSDN's Operation Midnight. And he called it MSDN's. He said that. Residents claim that Iran is an insult. Residents claim that Iran is an insult to the going after me. He referred to Brian going after me. He referred to Brian Roberts, who I believe is the chairman. Be furious there, and now he's Roberts, who I believe is the chairman. Be furious there, and now he's heading off for the try and setting off for the try and sort this out.
Indeed, and situation saying that
sort this out.
Indeed, and situation saying that Iran and we won't use that language here. Iran and we won't use that language here. We want to again. We want to again. All pray in achieving this ceasefire. All pray in achieving this ceasefire between. It came about. I mean, you could fire between. It came about. I mean, you could tell that the president was feeling pretty. Congratulations. Tell that the president was feeling pretty. Congratulations to the world. He called himself to the American. Congratulations to the world. He called himself to the American. Managed to bring out some stability in the Middle East. Managed to bring out some stability in the Middle East. He's told me that he was the one that managed back to work again. Now he's told me that he was the one that managed back to work again. Now he said yesterday. He said yesterday who he brokered what the Israeli Emir of Qatar went ahead and did that. Brokered what the Israeli Emir of Qatar went ahead and did that. There was the vice president. The question is what the president with Iran. He'd run out of patience, and he would drop Iran. He'd run out of patience, and he would drop not launching bomb attack. Reason why he would necessarily need pressure on Benjamin. Not launching bomb attack. Reason why he would necessarily need pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu. That phone call between him. Washington D.C. Let's head to language there from Iran. How is this going to Washington D.C.? Let's head to language there from Iran. How is this going to go down with Iran? How is this going to go down with Israeli leaders?
Isn't any official saying
go down with Israeli leaders?
Isn't any official saying that the Trump
Israeli leaders?
Isn't any official saying that the Trump said and that the Trump said, and that had him live in person, you wide-scale said, and that had him live in person, you wide-scale bombard-scale attack, that had him live in person, you wide-scale bombard-scale attack that the Israeli army of that assassination. Ceasefire took effect of one Israeli army of that assassination. Ceasefire took effect of one, the saying that they didn't. There's a lot of confusion now, used, or at least not in
Israeli government. How
in the world, historic success, political support and protection, non-stop supply of weapons. He does have someone who can't get this. So the forceful elect speaks to someone who can't get this. So the forceful elect speaks to how to not appear as having backed down. There's a lot of interest in how to not appear as having backed down. There's a lot of interest in
that it was accepting it if their goals in Iran going with the war. That it was accepting it if their goals in Iran going with the war.
More to keep the imposture than about not militarily, not political war in Gaza with negotiations, possibly not militarily, not political war in Gaza with negotiations, possibly captives, 50 Israel.
Amman. Let's get the view now. President Trump expressing his how
the Iranian officials are going to. He is kind of put benefit of the doubt, and this is. It might give an impression, and of the doubt, and this is. It might give an impression, and he wants it realistic. Steve Witkoff, distance from pieces of Iranian officials while they are watching.
Meanwhile, Qatar.
Pieces of Iranian officials while they are watching.
Meanwhile, Qatar.
Developments and how to respond. In the US proposed that Qatar would initiate them, and that was followed by the announcement. We hope that the ceasefire will hold.
Al Jazeera's Dosa Jabbar.
Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani relationship between the two countries, relationships and try to be friends. Shortly before, the minister said that they were an attack that Al Thani spoke with Masoud Pezeshkian. Trump announced spoke with Masoud Pezeshkian. Trump said that it is before we see the party that is going to take the hit. Before we see the party that is going to take the hit.
You're watching Al Jazeera ceasefire deal. Just describe his the country ceasefire deal. Just describe his the country. Iran's military chiefs here in Qatar on Monday. Chiefs here in Qatar on Monday. People in Gaza early on to cross the strip. The commissioner soon ceased in Gaza early on to cross the strip. The commissioner soon ceased to operate. He says their finances are now
have to take unprecedented.
He says their finances are now
have to take unprecedented decisions. The loss of UNRWA. So in response adversity of UNRWA. So in response adversity and exercise of
who spent several weeks to look forward to hearing about your experience
exercise of
who spent several weeks to look forward to hearing about your experience during the trip.
20 months for me to work shoulder to shoulder with our people who are 20 months for me to work shoulder to shoulder with our people who are committed to international 20 months has deteriorated, entered into a new where it at the same being killed every single day. Distribution sites
Indeed. Smith, we us a bit more about the conditions in
aid has ended.
Indeed. Smith, we us a bit more about the conditions in
aid has entered into Gaza in the ministries that they wouldn't normally use. For hospitals have been targeted. Mal Hospital in Khan Yunis and occupied. Same might happen again.
Smith
Hospital in Khan Yunis and occupied. Same might happen again.
Smith, emergency physician. And we will end Syria. More news on Al Jazeera. In the meantime, conflict. I'm Fully Batibo. Thank you for watching.